we can get into it and see what is on offer and start moving forward. Wow. Down here, huh? Okay. So we have diagonals. That's good to know. Here we go. This is the good stuff. All right. All right. Thursday morning there. Oh yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I guess other time zones are allowed. Better than yesterday. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. How does this work? All right. So one of these two has to be a bomb, and if one of these is a bomb, then neither of these can be bombs. Yeah, that's the trick. One of these three, so neither of these two. Good trick. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No more than one of these, so all of these. Yeah. Alright, cool, cool. Making progress. Starting it up. 3 bombs in the gray area. Okay, okay. And now moving forward. Still the same tricks, though. Mostly just playing Minesweeper here. Fascinating. All right, one of these two, which means this has to be a bomb. Love that 0. You have exactly that one. Nailed it. One of these two, so that has to be a bomb. And then what? Two orange bombs left. Aha. Aha. 2 orange bombs left. One of these two has to be a bomb. And one of these two has to be a bomb. Et voilà. Yeah, this game is good. Anytime you figure something out, it always feels so satisfying. What are we doing here? 4. 4. But no more than one of these two. Exactly one of these two, so not that. Almost there. We're so close. What's the fail state look like? Oh, no, you get a penalty, and it, God, how does it work? Like, I think it marks the puzzle somehow to indicate that you had a penalty on it, instead of, like, if you open up a bomb, I think. Like, it'll mark the mistake you made, and then just move on, with some indication of how many mistakes you made over the course of solving the puzzle, I think. This is a thing, isn't it? This is a thing. If 2 of these 3, then we know this one, 2 of these 3, so this has to be a bomb? That sounds about right. Which means this has to be a bomb. Cool. Good progress. Very cool progress. No more than one of these two, so this must be a bomb. If exactly one of these two, then not any of these 3. Two. Love it. Deadbolt is like a game from Supergiant. Awesome soundtrack with free game. That's fascinating. Yeah, I've never heard of Deadbolt. Games with good soundtracks are always like Always cool. Always interesting. One bomb in B, and it's got to be one of these three. Moving forward. Nailed it. Question mark. How dare you? What do we know about A? 3 bombs in A. One of these two. At least one of these two. And one of these two. Yeah? One of these two. One of these two. And at least one of these two. Yeah? Yeah. And then there's one bomb in the grays? Alright, if one of these two, then neither of these two. If one of these two, then neither of these two. One bomb up here somewhere. Somewhere. It's gotta be a bomb. One of these two, exactly one of these two. If exactly one of these two, this has to be the bomb. Exactly one of these two, then exactly one of these two, so neither of these two. 2 bombs left on screen. One of these two and this one. Cool! I did it. I did it. It's so satisfying to go through. Like, it's not even, you know, they don't make a big deal out of it. Just like the small little, like, ding, fanfare, like, great. And, I don't know, I just really like this kind of puzzle solving. Like, I really like these kinds of logic games. It's like the really, really big, complex puzzles in Taiji had kind of the same thing, where, like, you start with a symbol and you rule out certain possibilities, so then because of those possibilities, the other things have to be in this particular orientation, and then because of that, in this symbol, these other things have to be in this orientation, and you kind of, like, spread around the entire... Like, I loved those puzzles in Taiji. Those were my favorite. Same kind of thing. Like, I like the piecemeal application of logic to determine what must or must not be. Alright, what are we doing here? These are some numbers. These are some numbers, jeez. Alright. 7 of 12. 2. 2 is a low number. Alright, but we start here, right? This is 2, which means both of these, because I know how hexes work. 0! Wow, we did it already. Amazing. 4? Okay, if you say so. 2 more here. The ends of games of old. Oh, for Lemmings, there's a round of applause. Yeah, absolutely. You gotta have some kind of indicator, right? Like, you have to have something to kind of put a cap on the experience that you've been having. You know, there has to be a fanfare. There just has to. It makes the game so much better. I'm thinking about, like, there's a lot of games that do that, right? I actually really think that Tunic does a fantastic job of giving you audio feedback for, you know, solving puzzles or whatever. Like Zelda would do this, you know, you blow open a wall and it's like, do-do-do-do-do-do. Like, it's so important. It's such a big part of the feeling of reward for accomplishing something. Like, there just has to be some sort of indicator that you've done something. It's super important. It's super important. Those two, so not that. Okay, well, I guess it's that one. 1. One of these two, not that. Now we've got 4. Can I do anything with this? Presumably I can do something with this. presumably, at some point, Zachtronic Solitaire Collection? Oh man, yeah, I heard about that, and I kind of was like, wow, what's... Zachtronics decided to put out a Solitaire Collection? Like, this is the thing that the puzzle designers wanted to put together? And I kind of didn't really look at it past that. Is it worth picking up? I mean, not that I need that much Solitaire in my life, but... maybe this is the trick? One of these three, I gotta figure out which one. If it's this one, then one of these two. Oh, definitely not one of these. Ah, here's the one. Here's the trick. One of these two, definitely. So neither of these two. And if it's only one of these, it's gotta be the middle one. Ah, that took a bit. The Sawayama is most like regular Solitaire, but the others are all very different. That's kind of cool. I can respect that. Man, look at this. This is such a long chain of just getting to play Minesweeper. I love it. Hexes, man. Sometimes it comes together. Exactly one of these two. And at least one of these two. Which means... great. Great. Perfect. Love it. Super good. I feel like I should have the answers for this, and I kind of do not yet have the answers for this. Sigmar's Garden. Oh, yeah, I remember Sigmar's Garden. Like, Sigmar's Garden is in Opus Magnum. There's there's like a bonus level where you have to play it. It's like, not Mahjong, but that one other game that you play with the Mahjong tiles, where they're all stacked on top of each other. You gotta pull, like, matching pairs off. I don't remember what that game is called, but I played a lot of that game. There was like a shareware version of it on Mac, because I had a Mac when I was young. All of my gaming was on a Mac, until I finally convinced my parents that I needed a PC for... school? Is that how I convinced my parents to get a PC so I could actually play games on it? Instead of needing to play random shareware garbage? So much random shareware garbage. I have actually shared a fair amount of my random shareware garbage growing up with this stream. So, it's not like y'all are unaware of how my life has been led. Exactly one of these two. Exactly one of these two. One or zero of these two. This doesn't help me. This doesn't get me anywhere. This almost gets me somewhere. Exactly one of these two. So exactly one of these three. I don't think it gets me anywhere either. Exactly one of these two. Oh, here it is. Here's the trick. Exactly one of these two, which means that. Nailed it. We live in. Finally moving forward with my life. Most of them are minigames and other Zachtronic games. Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool, actually. Like, I can respect that. This is interesting here. This, too. I feel like this is my trick. Right? Because exactly one of these, which means no more than one of these, which means this. But that means one of these and one of these, so none of these. How many other mini games are in random Zachtronics games? I'm trying to remember other, like, weird solitaire-ish mini games from other Zachtronics games, and I don't know that I remember any of them, honestly. Like, I don't remember anything like that in Space Chem. I don't remember anything like that in Infinifactory. 15 kangaroo shekels. Kangaroo shekels? It's the first time I've ever heard that. That's remarkably derogatory. Wow, I'm kind of impressed. Oh my god. That's a lot. 8 in the collection. Okay. That's a decent amount of game, actually, as long as you like that kind of game. Ah, here's my trick. 1 here, so none here, which means like that. Great. Now what? 8 A's, 8 B's. That's a lot of things. 3, 3, 3, 2... Is there a shekels reference? Okay, so for point of reference, I may or may not have talked on stream about the fact that I'm Jewish, but also I have actual Israeli heritage. My dad is from Israel. I've spent a fair amount of time in Israel. So I grew up with the connotation of shekels as closer to pennies than dollars because of the exchange rate. So, like, there is a phrase in my mind of, like, how much does this thing cost? Oh, it's just shekels. Like, it's not real money or something like that. And I don't know if there's, like, an actual... if that's a more common thing than just the frame of reference that I grew up with. I'm trying to figure out if there's, like, something real or just in my head derogatory about using other people's words for their currency to indicate that... I guess it's not to indicate in this case, right? It's just like, it's money. I mean, I Australian money isn't real money. It's like Monopoly money. You have the same exchange rate business going on there too, right? Like, an Australian dollar is, you know, some smallish percentage of an American dollar, which is also like some not quite 1% of a euro. I mean, I don't think the Australians have it as bad as the Japanese, but... I think you have it worse than the Canadians. And it's all dollars, right? It's still called a dollar. Like, Australian money is called a dollar. Canadian money is called a dollar. Or loonies, I guess. If you're into that sort of thing. There's gotta be some... oh, here it is. Here's my trick. There's 2 bombs here. So something is only worth a few rubles might imply more than just being worthless. Yeah, because rubles are, like, low value. Truly worthless is the Zimbabwean dollar, sure. But that's still just a dollar, right? Nobody's gonna say Zimbabwean dollar. But, you know, rubles or shekels or yen or whatever that are, like, pennies to the dollar. Like, if you know, if you call... like that's kind of derogatory, right? To indicate that something has less value? Is that a thing? Is that a real thing? Am I am I ginning up outrage where none should exist? I'm just really tickled by kangaroo shackles. I don't know. I think that was good. That was you did good here, Callum. You did good. I know there's an answer here. No more than one of these two, so this has to be the bomb. There we go. Exactly one of these two, so this has to not be a bomb. All right, nailed it. I had to like actually talk it out loud before I could understand what it was I was trying to do here. Oh, really? Not worthless, but worth less. Sure. That has to be a bomb. One of these two is a bomb, and one of these two is a bomb, so this and this are not bombs. And now we have to figure out what's going on here, and that'll wait until these are figured out. Hey, one of these two is a bomb. Alright, we did it. Everything's great. Zimbabwe had hyperinflation. Yeah, I've heard about the Zimbabwe thing. That's kind of a lot. No more than one of these two. One of these two, so not these two. Not that. Bomb! Sweet. Good work, everybody. Well done. Oh my god. What is this non-standard grid business? You jerks. Oh, 0 in A, huh? Thanks for that. I'll take that. That seems like a good start. Two. Okay. Four. Big square. Big square. 6 out of 8. 6 out of 12? Yikes. Did Zimbabwe ever dig themselves out of that hole? A bit worried you'd stumbled onto a slur without realizing. No, I don't think so. I don't think shekels have that, like, global negative connotation. I think it's just me. Like, growing up in my family the way I did. Which, when I think about it, is still like... That's probably not the best connotation to have. All things considered. What am I doing here? No more than one of these two. No more than one of these two. Which means the other ones must all be bombs. Exactly one of these two, and exactly one of these two. Which means all the rest of these are not bombs. Cool. Figured it out. There's no way to know. It's a mystery. I guess I'll figure it out later. Five. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 2 of this roughly a million. Oh, 2 of a million, but these are all the B's. So 2 of these are bombs, which means out of the rest of the bombs, there's exactly 1 B that's a bomb out of the rest of the non-adjacent to this thing B's. Exactly 1 of those is a bomb. I'm not sure how to turn that into anything useful. No more than 2 of these. What else are you touching? 1, 2, 3, 4. At least one of these, though. So no more than 1 out of the rest of these? Does that tell me anything? It really doesn't. A whole article on it? I mean, who's surprised? It's Wikipedia. One of these 2. 1 or 2 of these 2. It's possible that it's both of these, right? This one, and then one other B, and then none of these 5. But it's also possible that it's not this one. And then it's... Interesting. Okay. Could it be both of these? This one and this one? Or does this one have to be a bomb? Could be this one. And this one and not this one. These 2. And then not this one. And then there's this like whole string of... Okay, no, I think it's fine. Almost talked myself into a corner there. There's no TLDR, but it seems it's ongoing. Okay. It is, in theory, possible for this to get 2 out of the Bs, right? This one of these 2... This has to account for one of the Bs. Okay, this is the trick. This has to account for one of the Bs here. This has to account for one of the Bs here. And this has to account for one of the Bs here, right? Because at most, 1 gray here can be a bomb. And then you've got the Bs. Tired of everyone calling Australian money dollary dues. Okay, yeah, I can understand that. $3 for a British pound when now it's about half that. That's not actually that much worse than US dollars. US dollars are like 1.1 to a British pound instead of 1.5 or something like that, right? Actually, I don't know. Wait, pounds and euros are completely different. I have no idea what the exchange rate is. 1, 2, 3, 4. I gotta double check my math now. 1, 2, 3, 4. So then one of these 3. 1. So one of these 4. And 1. So one of these 2. So anything that's not on that list can be opened. That means exactly this one. One of these 2 and one of these 4. So that. Cool. All right, now I'm in business. Probably. Now business is probably occurring. Something resembling business. Oh, it's a 0. Great. I've heard dollary dues before. Yeah, that sounds like it could be a Simpsons reference. That wouldn't surprise me. 50-60 pence to the Australian dollar. One point it dropped to the low 30s. Yeah. But like, you know, I'm American. I don't know about anything outside of America. I don't know anything from British pounds or Australian dollars, so I need to have a reference point in order to understand what's going on. 5 grays? One of these 2. One of these 2. One of these 4. 2 of these 4. Wait, is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. I think I knew that one had to be because of the way the Bs worked out. 1 USD gets 80 pence. Okay. Okay, yeah, that kind of fits my mental model of how that should work. Alright, 2 grays. 1 here, 1 here. So all of this is free. Whew! That was some long chains. The giant squares in the center are so intimidating. What a puzzle. Big numbers. Sunrise. Are they calling this sunrise just because of the color scheme? I approve. I guess we start off by playing some Minesweeper. Pretty good. Wow, this is just really cruising on through, aren't we? We're just getting it all here. Everything's coming up easy. Oh, we ran out of easy. Wonder if that's the way to introduce a new standard puzzle thing with you being able to cut out half of it at the beginning. Maybe. Alright, so what else can I do here? No. Only one of these A's, though. No more than one of these two, which means that. Which means exactly one of these two, which means none of the other A's. Alright, and suddenly business is occurring again. Once again in business. Business is over. Business hours are over. Alright, where do I go from here? I feel like I'm still not getting anything out of these yet. One of these is a bomb. So I think, Kellerman, if that was like a way of introducing something, there would have to be something new going on here. Like, what is this intended to teach? I feel like they taught everything they intended to teach, and for the most part, it's just applying all of the things that you know. And then not so much like new stuff needs to get taught, but occasionally it's a new like twist of logic, like cross-referencing information in order to figure out what you have. So I don't know that there's anything new going on here. It's just a matter of figuring out what you do know and what you have access to. Oh, 3 next to 1. This is the answer. No more than one of these, right? So both of these. Same over here. No more than one of these, so both of these, which means this is open. Aha! Ah, what's up, Silent? How's it going? Coming over for puzzle streams? Kind of surprised to see you on a not Tunic day. What are you up to, man? Looks like some Sudoku Minesweeper. That's kind of not that wrong, actually. It is a non-standard Minesweeper, but Minesweeper rules are in effect. And it also has some other things, like this is the number of mines in this column. So there are 3 mines out of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hexes. And then one of the things that this game does that is really cool, it takes a bit of getting used to, but is really cool, is as you mark mines, it counts down the amounts that are left. So like if I think this is a mine, you can see that the 4 changed to a 3. Likewise, if I think this is a mine, this 1 changes to a 0. That takes a little bit of getting used to, but it's a really, really nice feature. It basically just does math for you. Oh, talking about the one with the big squares? Sure. Yeah, the big squares thing is weird. It's neat, but it's weird. And then, the fact that this is hexes is not particularly standard for this game either. There's a lot of different kinds of grids that it does. The one we just did had a square grid with no diagonal adjacency, and also some of the squares were different sizes. Like, there's a lot going on. So it's very cool if you like this kind of logic. And it turns out I do like this kind of logic. So that works out pretty well for me. I'm kind of lost here, though. I don't know where we're headed from here. Oh, here it is. This is 4 out of these 5. And this 1 means no more than one of these 2. So bomb, bomb, bomb. Now exactly one of these needs to be a bomb, which means this cannot be a bomb. And now we're playing Minesweeper. Briefly. Stalled out yet again. Disaster. Oh, we got a 0. That's cool. I love zeros. One of these 2, so none of these 2. Danger. This isn't getting me anywhere, is it? 4 of these 7? Does that do anything? 4 of the C's? I don't think that does anything. One of these 2, one of these 2. Ah, right. The one's all right next to each other. One of these 2, which means neither of these 2. There we go. Now we're in business. One more B. It might be this one. It might also not be this one. Oh, no, it's got to be one of these 3. So, not any of the other B's. And in fact, it can't be this, because then neither of these could be bombs, and then this wouldn't have a bomb. So it's got to be the center one here. Good. Forward progress. One of these 2, so not that. One of these 2, so exactly that. This is a long chain of things, any of which might be bombs, I think. I don't think I have any answers here. What are we up to over here? One of these 2, so not this. Three bombs left in C? Only one of these, so it's got to be these. One of these 2 is a bomb, so this isn't a bomb. So this is a bomb. So this is a bomb. And this is a bomb. Excuse me? How is all of this sealed off? Oh, I think it's going to be these. These are my trick now. One of these 2, so not that, and not any of these. Yep. Thanks, buddy. Which means that's a bomb. So now we know that and that are a bomb. God damn it! That was all of the things! Alright, so I can probably use this once I figure out what else is going on over here. So what else is going on over here? One of these two, so neither of these two, which means bomb. Cool, nailed it. One of these two, so yes. Danger. One of these two. One of these two. Ah, which means both of these are fully covered. One of these two and one of these two means that only one in this line and one in this line, and both are covered because they can't overlap. So they have to. So these are all open. Is the important part of this. One of these two and one of these two, which means not that because grays. Woo! A little tricky. Points at which I was not sure what to do next. I guess that's a thing that happened. But with the power of my giant brain, eventually the puzzle was solved. Colors. 1A, 1B, 1... This is a problem. 1C means exactly one of these two. So not these. Overstimulation is a hell of a name for this puzzle. Two, three. 2, 3. Help. This is a lot to handle. Alright, do I have any confirmation on where things have to be? Right? Only one of these two are bombs. Only one of these two are bombs. We know that only one of these two are bombs. And then of these Ds, only 2 of these 8 Ds are bombs? And there's 4 bombs in grays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 grays, 4 of which are bombs. Alright. But like everything that is looking at these bombs has so many different categories of bombs they're pulling from, so it's hard to generalize. No more than one of these. And no more than one of these. Does that help me with the grays? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not exactly. 3 of these 6? I'm not convinced. Two of these 3, 2 of these 3. Like, if I look at the symmetry of this puzzle, this 2 makes me think that this is the bomb. Actually, this 3 makes me think that this is the bomb. But I shouldn't be looking at symmetry like that. That's not real. Yeah, I'm still just staring at colors, being like, what the heck do I do? Alright. Maybe the 3 is the key here? 3 of these 6, that doesn't require anything, actually. It doesn't require that a gray or a D or an A or a B be a bomb. Like, it's possible that neither of these Ds are bombs, and then it's like the 2 grays and a B or something are the bombs for this 3. No more than 1 of these? Is that good? No more than 1 of these? I feel like I have to put everything together. Because this isn't that many things left, but... like, I have small amounts of information about each individual piece. So it feels like I have to put all of it together now. These twos, I'm supposed to get value out of these twos. And I don't know how to get value out of these twos. Right? You have like the A, the D, and the gray. And 2 of these are bombs. And then here, 2 of these are bombs. If this gray is not a bomb. Oh, here's the trick. If this gray is not a bomb, then this D and this A have to be a bomb. And this D and this A have to be a bomb. But only one of these A's can be bombs. So this has to be a bomb. There we go. Progress. I did it. I progressed. I don't think I'm anywhere better than when I started. But at least there is 1 less gray square to worry about. That was good, though. That was a start. Is there something I can do with this 1 and 2? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that this 2 is touching? That's really a lot of things. Maybe this 3 and 1? They only have the 2 overlaps, and there's 4 other overlaps on the 3, so no. One of these two, not both, and one of these 2, not both. And both of these are like the D or the A, so here it's the opposite, the A or the D. Right? Because if this D is a bomb, this A is not, so this A is a bomb, so this D isn't a bomb. So we can actually say one of these A's means exactly one of these D's. So we have to just look at something else here that we can do the same thing off of. Because only 1 more of these D's can be a bomb. Yeah, does that make sense? I'm not like overreaching here? One of these 2 has to be... oh, wow. The 1 and the 1 right next to each other, and I didn't think about it. Alright, alright. So now, like, with this 2 and this 1 is the same thing. Exactly one of these, and this is touching one other thing, so this has to be a bomb. And exactly one of these is a bomb, so none of the other D's are bombs. Cool. Alright, alright. Now the 3 and the 1, now we're in business. One of these 2 has to be a bomb, because this is a 3. They can't both be bombs, and this is touching 4 things, so these 2 have to be bombs. One of these is a bomb, these cannot be bombs. And now we got zeros. One of these two. Only one of these two, which means this has to be a bomb. Two more gray bombs. It's one of these two. We know that exactly one of these two is a bomb. So this has to be a bomb. Whew, stalled out for a while there. That was tricky. Feels good, though. Did well. I guess this is next puzzle? It sure is next puzzle. Bridge. All right, well, we get to start off by playing Minesweeper. And now we are in trouble. One next to the two means this is a bomb. Right? That's what that means? No more than one of these two can be a bomb, so this has to be a bomb? Pretty sure that's what that means. This is trouble, though. I don't actually know where to go from here, actually. This is... Oh, no. Okay, no. We've got answers here. One of these two, which means not that. One of these two and one of these two. One of these two, which means none of these three. Again, one of these two, which means none of these three either. Wow. Forward motion. One of these two, which means one of these two, which means two of these three, which means that. Because, yeah, because of the one. Alright, that's kind of good. One of these two, which means one of these two, which means none of these. All right. This is good. This is good. This is progress. One of these three, which means bomb. And I have forced my way across the grays into the red A territory. Moving forward. 3. Perfect. What am I doing here? 2 here, which means bomb. 2, yes, correct. 1 adjacent to 2 across a straight line means bomb. These ones collectively agree that one of these is a bomb. 2 of these A's are bombs. Well, yes. One of these two, so not this. Which means this. Okay. 3 grays. Does 3 grays get me anywhere? Yes. Does that get me enough? Yes. Beautiful. Huh? Oh no! Now I need new mental rules because it's a new grid! Heck! Alright, does this get... Oh, this is only adjacent to 2. Interesting. Alright, well, I guess both of those are bombs. Figuring out which ones are adjacent to which ones is remarkably difficult. It's a good thing you can hold control. Three. Okay. 2. Okay. Okay. I was so worried about this, and actually I'm just playing Minesweeper. It's not as hard as it looks. Now I'm kind of stuck. Because adjacency doesn't actually get me anywhere, does it? Like, this 1 and this 2 and this 1, I can't pull anything together from that. Because it only shares 1 with adjacent things. That's kind of rough. This 2, maybe I could do it with this 2? There's only 2 next to it? Yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. Am I at this thing? I probably am. I am probably at the point where I can determine, based on this A, what A's are available. Is that true? I'm not actually sure that's true. It's probably not true yet. One of these two. It could be like this one and then this one, right? And then this A is not a bomb. Actually, no information available. Unfortunate. 1 touching 2, 2 touching 3, 1 touching 2, 1 touching 2. 1 touching 3. Oh wait, there's overlap here. This is touching these 2, and this is touching these 3, so this can't be a bomb. Now this is only touching 1. These ones overlap. These ones overlap. Perfect overlap. And there's nothing else with overlap here. One of these 2. 2 of these 3? Can I do anything with this? Can I do anything with this? Feels like I gotta be able to do something up here. It's got this like long chain of single grays over here, and something's gotta happen, right? I should have some information here. Oh, there's overlap with excess. So one of these 2, based on this, which means one of these 2, so not this. And now we have this 2 and 1. Perfect. So that's a bomb. That took a little bit. This doesn't help, does it? There's no perfect overlap. One plus 1 plus 2 plus 1, not 1 plus 2 plus... Is this a quote? How many movies have Russian roulette in them? It's from Clue. Okay. I figured. Like, it was kind of close to my thought process, but I know you. Is this still, like, perfect overlap? One of these 2, which means none of these 2? Indeed, that seems to be the case. One of these 2, which means this is a bomb, which means none of the A's are bombs. We've solved our A problem. 1 and 2 over and over again? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I should watch Clue at some point. I feel like I have watched Clue at some point in my life, but I should probably watch Clue again. Because I'm pretty sure it's a good movie. And I definitely don't remember very much of it. Yeah, I definitely have not internalized the rules of this lattice work. But there sure are rules. One of the best live-action adaptations of a game ever. That is not a high bar to clear, Cryptomancer. Song is such a jam. Yeah, they really pulled it together for that movie, didn't they? It's an incredible cast. What am I doing here? There has to be an answer here somewhere. Here. Something. I could do something. God. Thank you. Now where does that leave me? 1B left as a bomb? Only 1B? Whoa. Okay. And 12 grays. There's rather a lot of bombs left, actually. Here? Yes. This. Ah. Here? One of these two. One of these two. Where does that get me? Two of these three. Doesn't get me anywhere. One of these two, which means this. Okay. Can I just put it all together now? Are we done? Do I have all the pieces? I don't think I have all the pieces. One of these two, we're going into drawing mode for this. One of these two. One of these two. And then I don't have answers for these two, right? We know one of these two and one of these two, which doesn't help. Does it? No, only one more gray. So one of these two and one of these two does help because it means this B can't be a bomb. Fantastic. Whew. Everything's coming together. Everything's coming up, Millhouse. Excuse me? What are you doing to me here? Look at this 1C, 1D, 1E. My God. All right. Let's clean up some zeros. Hey, we found the E. Pop. 3. Nice. We found the D. Haha. The D. -1. Oh, okay. I guess that's not a bomb. -1. Yeah, all right. Two. Okay. Good progress. Yeah, that still amuses me. I am definitely a child at heart. Maturity is overrated. Game doesn't air out or stack overflow or something. It's true, that would be bad. That would be unideal. This is a trap. Fascinating. Where do I go from here? Oh boy. Am I missing something obvious? Maturity is oppression. What's up, Lunar? Gandhi declares nuclear war. I knew we shouldn't have given Gandhi nukes. This is what you get for playing one of those weird Civilization knockoffs. Do I have B-related answers here? Not exactly. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 6 of them are bombs? Good heavens. No more than one of these. So of the remaining 6, 5 of them are bombs. That's a lot of B-bombs. No more than one of these two. And no more than one of these two. So all the rest are bombs. Big yikes. One of these two is a bomb, so this is not a bomb. There we go. Back in a business, Gino! What am I doing here? This does not get me anywhere. This kind of gets me somewhere. No more than one of these two. And exactly one of these two now, so... One's across from each other. Yep, beautiful. Which means this is not a bomb. 2 across from a 1. No more than one of these two, so this is a bomb. Now... This is one of these two exactly, so this is not a bomb. This 3 is unhelpful. Oh, this is also not a bomb. Ah, this 3 is helpful. Figured out how to make the 3 helpful. No! The trapped gray. Only 4 bombs left with this huge number of... Really? Really? Favorite advisor from Civ 2 was the modern finance guy if you never learn trade. Get a clue, discover trade. Was there like a well-known story about a Gandhi bug? I don't think I ever heard about this one. One of these two. One of these two. One of these 6, which means everything else is not. Okay, well, it's exactly this one. That's pretty easy. And exactly this one. And now it's this one. And not this. Great. Nailed it. Flexagon. What a great name for a level. Sunset. We had sunrise, now we have sunset. Gandhi's AI for their peace war data would underflow. That's really funny. I love the idea. That's very humorous. But yeah. Is there another? Yes, another edge. Oh, that's an edge 4. I needed a corner 4. Or an edge 5. Or a 6. 3 of the C's. 4 of the E's? Because is that anything? No more than one of these. So exactly one of these 3. Here it is. Exactly one of these 2. So these have to be bombs. Which means one of these 2, so none of these. No more than one of these, so this has to be a bomb. Which means these cannot be bombs. One of these, so 2 of these 3. Any 2 of these 3. That doesn't help. Alas. Flexagon. Is that the 4th? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's 3 Questagons and a Flexagon. I love it. Whether it's actually in your game or not is settings dependent. Oh yeah, when you're just flexing on the air, that's the Flexagon. That's even better. One of these, does that get me anywhere? It does, in fact. The 1 and the 2 right next to each other, which means that's a bomb. So one of these is a bomb, so none of these are bombs. Hooray. Is that enough to get me anywhere? That still doesn't get me anywhere. Does this get me anywhere? I don't think it does. No more than one of these 2, which means exactly one of these 4. Which means no more than one of these 2, which means 3 of these 4, which still doesn't get me anywhere. God damn it. No more than one of these 2, and no more than one of these 2. But that still means it could be 1 and 1, so 2 of these 3. Or it could be 1, so 3 of these 3. 2 or 3 of these 3. Does that get me anywhere? Not really. Glad to see players engage with the game and each other in whatever way makes them happy, even if that is spreading scurrilous rumors. It is a joke everybody likes, though. I appreciate that, honestly. Like, a bug that's not real, but everybody wants to be real so badly, just because it's such a good story. I get it. Oh, okay. I can actually still use this chain. You ready for this? This is good. I'll draw this because it needs a little bit more work. One of these two, which means two of these three, which means one or two of these, but at least one of these two, which means no more than one of these three. And if no more than one of these two, then these two have to be bombs. I did it. I did a logic. All right, so exactly one of these two, which means exactly one of these three. And also exactly one here, so this has to be a bomb. Gandhi going new Cacti. Yeah, it is in fact just inherently funny. One of these two, so not these three. One of these two, so not these three. Does this get me anywhere? Man, what a grid. What an experience. Could be both of these, we don't know. Could be both of these, we don't know. There's still a lot going on over here. And the numbers are still not there. Maybe the numbers are there. One of these two. So one of these three. And if one of these three, no more than one of these two. But if no more than one of these two, exactly one of these two, which means not this. Because 3 A's. So exactly one of each of these pairs. Yep. Yeah, that checks out. And now what? Where do I go from here? 1 and 2 adjacent to each other, but that's not quite enough to dictate anything real here. Maybe I can figure it out from B's? One of these two. At least one of these two. No, I don't have anything concrete here. 2 of these 4. That still doesn't get me anywhere. 8 B's. 3 of these C's. How many D's do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Of which 9 are bombs. That's scary. 1 of these 2. So now we're at 8 of 11. And I think I have no more concrete information. 3 of these 4. So now we're at 5 of 7. One of these 2. And 3 of these 4. And then 1 of these 2. So minus 5, so down to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 of these 5 are bombs. Okay. That kind of gets me somewhere. 4 of these 5. So that means we're at 1 or 0 of these two C's. And I feel like I could figure out something here. Right? Exactly one of these two C's. Can I figure out anything here? No. Two or three of these three. Feel like I'm not quite there on the D's. Maybe I can figure out with E? 4 E's? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One of these two. Two of these three. Which means one of these two. Exactly one of these two. Which means this is a bomb. Alright, that's kind of good. Wait, that's a D, not an E. No, one of these two, and two of these three, which means no more than one of these two. Which, yeah, means this is a bomb even though it's a D. Okay, cool. That's good. That's helpful. That doesn't change my D math, but that is one more button that I have clicked. I have now clicked one more button than previously clicked. So that's good. Maybe there's something here? Or here? Probably not there, but here maybe? Two of these three? Does that help? I'm not sure that helps. I'm not sure any of this helps. I don't want to erase all. I just want to erase here. Can I? Oh. There we go. There we go. Okay, now my right click is an eraser. That's good. Draw mode, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this doesn't help. This is all information I already had up here. That's not really relevant. Maybe I can do something with the beads now? One of these two. Two of these three. Which means one of these three. Exactly one of these three. Exactly one of these three. Which means that's not a bomb. I was so close. I was so close to making something happen. Every time I get to click one button, I get to turn one triangle, and it's like, oh yeah, that's progress. It's so close to cracking wide open, and each time it's like, nope, you just get one more here. Oh, since that's a problem. All right. One of those. Exactly one of these. Does that get me anywhere? Do these get me anywhere? Oh, that was a guess. I didn't think about it. This was wrong. I wasn't sure that two of these three. Can I undo? I mean, I got it right, but it was a guess. I'm unhappy about that. Because I didn't realize that this was adjacent to that. Uh-oh. I mean, I can probably still... I can still move from here, but, like, I'm unhappy that I guessed on a thing. I guess if we go 2 of these 4... Yeah, it's not helpful. It's the opposite of helpful. No more than 1 of these 3. Which means exactly 1 of these 2. From here. What do I know about this one? At least 1 of these 2, but maybe both. We don't know. Could be both. Could be both of these. Could be all 3 of these. Could be none of these 2 C's. 0, 1, or 2 of these 2 C's. I have ruled out actual nothing. Here? Can we get anything here? Alright. I'm doing this thing again. 1 of these 2. 2 of these 3. 1 of these 2. That doesn't tell me anything about this. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 Ds now. Of which 8 are bombs. 1 of these 2. Which means we are now at 7 of 10. 1 of these 2. Which means we're now at 6 of 8. 2 of these 3, which means we're now at 4 of 5, 4 of these 5. But it could still be any combination. We don't have anything sure there. It could be all 4 of these, or it could be only 3 of these. Which means this is either 0 or 1, but not both of these C's, and that still doesn't get me anywhere, does it? I'm so close. So close. Five of these 4. At least 2 of these 3, but maybe all 3 of these 3. Doesn't tell me anything. 1 or 2 of these 2. 1 or 2 of these 2. Still doesn't help. 3 or 4 of these 4. Which, like, gives me some information, but I'm not sure that it's useful information here. Maybe it's useful information. Maybe let's keep going around the C's. Maybe the C's is it now. And I just have to put everything together in order to figure out the center. We're at 0 or 1 of these. And exactly 1 of these. So exactly 1 here. 0 or 1 of these 2. I have no information here. Like, all the disparate things, like, that's not enough to put anything together here. What about here? Can I figure it out here? 1 of these 2. At least 1 of these, but maybe 2 of these. Exactly 1 of these 3. So no, that doesn't get me anywhere. That doesn't give me any information. Exactly 1 of these 3. But that could be 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. No, it can't because of the number of B's. If it's exactly one of these, I'm not supposed to know that this is unclicked. I'm not supposed to know that this is not a bomb. Knowing that this isn't a bomb changes things. So I kind of don't like to use this information unless I can actually figure it out from the information I have, which I kind of can't. There's no level reset. I mean, there probably is. But I've done so much work already. I don't want to, like, reset this at this point. And I can't unclick it, unfortunately. And there's not, like, a Control Z. There is a reset button. I can click this button and just reset the whole thing, but that's a lot of work. Wasn't it apparent already that that wasn't a bomb? Only if I mischaracterized the information I had, Iron Furs. The problem is, I guessed that that wasn't a bomb because I forgot that this 2 was adjacent to this B. So I assumed that there were 2 bombs out of these 3, which that, if true, means this isn't a bomb. But, like, I can only know that if I assume this isn't correct. Check the hex to the right of it. What, this one? Oh, this one? Oh, you're right. No. That's a result of... This is a 1 now, because I've already marked this as a bomb. Like, this was the situation I was in. One of these, one of these, one of these. And there's no way between those to be able to tell. Maybe there's something with the 2 here? Like at least one of these 2 Bs? At least one here. Exactly one here. Which means out of these 4, 2. 2 or less. 2 or 1 out of these remaining 4. That doesn't help. Alright, we know no more than one of these 2. So, 1 or 2 of these 2. But I guess it could still be 2 of these, huh? You like that, Kellerman? Good, I'm happy. I work hard on my stream titles. I try to be amusing. I try to bring some joy to the Twitch page. Maybe there's something I can do with the E's? I feel like I've been here before, and I did something with the E's, and now I don't know what else to do down here. Thankless endeavors. Maybe it brings some people in, right? People are browsing the Tametsi category, and they see that I am an amusing person because I have an amusing stream title, and so they click on my stream. Because you know people are out there browsing the Tametsi category. It's all useless. 1 here. 7. 1 here. 6. Can't remember the last time you browsed a game category. I browse game categories all the time. 2 here. 4. 4 of these 5. I really feel like this is it, and I just haven't figured out how to make this useful. At least one of these. At least one of these, and at least one of these. There it is. Which means neither of these. Alright, I did something good. I did something good. I did it. Something good happened. Whew, that took a while to come together. So then 2 bombs out of the remaining C's. Is that something? No more than one of these 2. So at least one of these 2. Which means no more than one of these 2. And that doesn't really help, I don't think. Can I still get anything off a D? Does C mean anything now? You've done this one multiple times and you don't remember where to look. Yeah, that sounds about right. This one's really tricky. Like, there's a lot of information to put together, but none of it is very concrete. All right, one of these 2. 2 of these 3. This one. One of these 2. One of these 2. 2 of these 3. One of these 2. And we really don't have any concrete information about the other B's. Like, I can't actually do anything there. 5 of these 4. 2 of these 4. And 3 of these 6. This could be anything. This, at least one of these 2. Right? At least one of these 2. Maybe 2. That kind of depends on this one. Maybe this is where the next piece of information is using the cross things. That's really hard to do, though. At least 2 of these, but maybe 3, so we don't know about this. At least one of these, maybe 2, so we don't know about this. At least one of these, maybe 2, so we don't know about this. One of these 2 for sure, because of the number. One of these 2 for sure. So no more than 1 out of these. No more than 1 out of these. No more than 1 out of these means that this has to not be a bomb. Sorry, I meant that has to be a bomb. I'm a dummy. Okay, we're gonna reset this. We're gonna start over, and we're gonna do it right this time. I did have it! That was the awful part of that, is I absolutely had it. Those are bombs. Those are not bombs. That's a bomb. One of these is a bomb. These are not bombs. Where is the next bit? Where is the next bit? Is it here? Is it here? Crap, where is the next bit? It's here, right? One of these two. Yeah, I propagate across. One of these two, so two of these three, which means one or two of these, so no more than one of these three, which means these two are bombs. The 1, 2 above the 0. Oh, here? Here? I remember doing something here. Oh, yeah. This 1, 2 means this is a bomb. Thank you. One of these two, so none of these three. One of these two, so none of these three. Anyway, we figured out this is a bomb. Correctly. We correctly figured out that this is a bomb. And then mentally added, like, mentally flipped the bit. Which I'm very, very thrilled to find out that happens in my head. Exactly one of these. So exactly one of these. Which means exactly two of these? If exactly two of these, then exactly one of these. Which means this isn't a bomb. Yeah, we know 1, 1, and 1, so this is a bomb. Do we know that? 1, so 1, and 1. 1 and 1, so this is a bomb. Yes, we do know that. Alright, I think this is pretty close to the situation I was in when I started mucking things up. And we figured out that these are open. And I don't remember why we figured out that those are open, but we figured out that those are open. So we figured out that's a bomb. But I'm going to assume that whatever process I went through was correct over here, without trying to reproduce it. I think it was something like we knew two of these and also two of these and kind of cross-referenced multiple pieces of information. It was a mess. Still is a mess, I think. This, we were able to click something here, and I don't remember what. I think down here we were able to click. We were able to determine that this one had to be a bomb, and I don't remember why. I think it was like 1, and then 2, so 1, so this is a bomb. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, so now we're back in the state that I'm supposed to be in with this one not clicked. Good. Good. This is a natural state of information. You have a hint? I'm listening. A place to look at is fine. Not anymore. Okay. Idly pointing out logic to the muted stream, followed behind you about a half second each time. Yeah, okay. Got to where I just got by counting E's. Yep. Counting E's was a thing. Well, it's nice to know that we're keeping pacers. Huh? Alright. 1 or 0 of these two means one or two of these two. I think we already determined that this isn't useful. No more than one of these. And two of these. Hang on. This is a thing. No more than one of these. Possibly zero. And two of these. No more than two of these. Which means this has to be a bomb. Right? Like, oh yeah, I could probably get back to the A. But I was looking at this first. If no more than one of these 3 Bs, and no more than 2 of these 4 Bs, then this one has to be a bomb. Because there needs to be another B. Cool. Alright, so how did I get to this? How did I figure this out? Alright, we now know 2 of these. This is in fact confirmed. If 2 of these, then actual one of these, which means this is open. So we can actually determine that now from where we're at. Okay, good. So this one. What is stopping both of these from being bombs? This. This is stopping both of these from being bombs. How is... Oh, because we have this. Here we go. 5 of these 4, which means at least one of these 2, which means no more than one of these 4. So no more than one of these 2, which means this has to be a bomb. Bomb. It's a bomb. Don't click it. It's a bomb. What a mess. What a mess. Can I put together the rest of the Bs based on this information? No more than 2 of these. But if it's like these 2, then it could still be this. These 2 and this feels legal. That was my first misclick, yes, in like 7 hours of this game. So I feel okay about that, I guess, broadly. Exactly one of these 2. Does that tell me anything? Exactly one of these 4? Exactly one of these 2. Exactly one of these 4, maybe these Bs. But then this has too much outside information, no. BC counts help, maybe. I'm kind of trying to figure that out. Like, we do still have this information, right? We know one of these, which means exactly one of these, which means not exactly one of these, at most one of these. So 1 or 2 of these. If it's 2, that's great. But if it's 1, that doesn't really help us with the rest of the Cs. Like, we know this and this, but that doesn't actually tell me anything here. Because it still could be both of these Cs and neither of these Bs. Unfortunate. Can I figure this out yet? Like, can I get these ones put together in some way? Like, we know one of these two, but can we somehow figure out whether this one, based on the information we have? Is there like a 50-50 here that we can strike on? I think a lot of the work is still going to be around this 4. The 4's next to the C's. But I'm not exactly sure how to put it together. We know 1 here. We know 2 here. We know 2 here. But that doesn't tell us anything about the C. We know that it can't be both this B, this D, and this B. Is that useful information? Unclear. They're kind of far apart. Can't be both? Can't be neither. Can be neither. Why can't it be both? Oh, it can't be both because then I have 2 out of these 4. But it could be neither, and then I have 4 out of these 4. I come to a conclusion, and I'm like, wait, why do I think that? Great, helpful. No more than 2, but maybe less than 2 of these 4 Bs. And this question mark is spectacularly unhelpful. 5 across these 4 still. Does that get me anywhere? It really doesn't. One, two, one. This one here, I keep coming back to the same points, and it keeps not doing anything. Keeps not being helpful. Maybe this 3? Maybe this 3 gets me value? The 2 southwest of the sea. Something here? Two of these 4Ds? I'm not seeing it, but I'll work on it. Like, I know 2 of these Ds. 2 of these 3, which doesn't tell me anything about this. 2, maybe 3 of these. This has... like, there's too much overlapping information to guarantee anything. Feel like the D count means a set of Ds are known. It feels like it should be, right? Yeah, at least one of these. Oh, that's true. At least one of these, which means exactly one of these. This being a 2 makes a huge difference, yes. At least one of these means exactly one of these. 1 or 0 of these, but it can't be 0 of these. It has to be at least 1. But it can't be 2 of these, because then this would be not working. So these have to all be bombs. Progress. All right. So now, if we look at the Ds, one of these 2, 2 of these 3, exactly one of these, which means this is a bomb. We have exactly one of these. And exactly one of these. This doesn't tell us, like, the traversal here. Exactly one of these means exactly one of these. So this has to be a bomb. Now we're at 3 Ds. One of these, one of these, and one of these. One of these. What's up, Linwell? Yeah, there's a lot of shapes in this game. This game has a large variety of weird non-standard grids, and all of them mess with you. All of them are a problem. Everything is a problem all the time. Does this get me more information about what's going on over here? God, all of these ones that I can't quite piece together answers for. One of these two. That's really unhelpful. 3 of these 4. At least 2 of these 3. At least 1 of any 2 here, right? At least 1 of these 2, which means no more than 1 of any of these. That doesn't cross. At least 1, but maybe both of these. Ah. I can't help but feel like whatever the thing was that I didn't do over here is also a thing that I should be doing up here. Like, this too should give me information. This too should probably be giving me information. One of these, which means exactly one of these 4. If no more than one of these 2, exactly both of these. Two should in fact be giving me turns out that 2 should in fact be giving me info. All right, so now there is 1 bomb left among the Ds, which is information I know. Yes, one of these 2 is a bomb. Only one of these 2. You still need 2 bombs, and it could be both of the Es. That's legal. Random string of characters might be as useful. It might be. Yeah, exactly one of these. Oh, I can determine other... Yeah, I have more negative information now. Exactly one of these 2. And exactly one of these 2. Which means not this and not this. Which means exactly this and exactly this. Which opens up everything. This is it. This is it. This is exactly what I was looking for. Be careful. No C's left. Yes. Oh boy. That wasn't it. I got an achievement for finishing this. That's good. Yes, I got an achievement for finishing this because it was hard. Correct. Well done. What a mess. Oh, I probably got an achievement for finishing it because we used the end of a row. Are the end of a row frequently, like, much harder than the other stuff in the row? Is that a known thing that happens with Tametsi? Because that was really tough to put together. I don't know about much harder. Okay, fair enough. All right, what are we doing here? We found some hexes. Ladies and gentlemen, I have found hexes. We're back in Hexland, which makes things probably easier if I had to guess. You stopped partway through this one? Fair enough. I mean, there is a lot of game in this game. 3 of these Bs. Oh. Well, one of these and two of these means not any of these. 4. Love it. One of these two. One of these two does mean some number out here. Some number of things. Some point they all just start sucking, though the point will vary by person. Yes. Yes. These games always escalate to the point where it's no longer fun anymore. And that is a different point for every person who plays. That was my experience with Snakebird as well. At some point, it just wasn't fun anymore. Wonder if I can do the same thing that I did with the Bs with the As. Like one of these two. Let's start putting something together. One of these two. One of these two. 3 of these 4. That's 5. That's 6. So 2 left among all of the other things. I can't quite put it together. Maybe. Because we have a 3 here, right? Let's get the bigger numbers first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of 8. So the remaining ones have exactly 1 bomb. And I don't know where that 1 bomb is. I don't have any information. I have no guarantees here. Too bad. Beating your head against Snakebird. Snakebird become not fun because it looks so simple. Oh, yeah. Well, Snakebird is one of those games where everything is impossible until it isn't. And that's not my favorite kind of puzzle game. Like, it still feels satisfying when you figure it out, but it's not my favorite. Brainworms. Yeah, it's not the first time that mistake has happened. Like, Snakebird and Steven's Sausage Roll are the same kind of game, but for whatever reason, Steven's Sausage Roll stuck with me for longer. Like, I actually made it all the way through that one. And Snakebird, at some point, I was just like, no, I'm not having fun anymore, and I just stopped. Man, I really like this song, but I feel like it's just a little bit too hard for the playlist. Alright, what am I doing? One of these, so one of these. Does that help? I don't think that helps. Maybe this helps? One of these two, and one of these two, which means 2 left across the others? Ah, nope, damn it. No more than one of these two. So at least one of these 4. That also doesn't help. None of this helps. Nothing is helpful. 0 things are helpful. Ah, here. No more than one of these 2. So this has to be a bomb. There we go. I did it. I did it. I did something. Something happened. Exactly one of these, so none of these. And now we can play some Minesweeper. One of these 2, so one of these 2, which doesn't help. Damn it. Almost. Almost there. Still, my B information remains the same. My A information, can I do more with A's now that I have this? I might. We have 1 here. 2 here. And I don't have complete non-overlapping information anywhere else here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Still incomplete. Nope, not there yet. One of these two. Does that tell me anything? One of these two. I feel like I should have something here. It's not quite coming together, though. Oh, here it is. One of these two and one of these two. So not this. Oh. Oh. Well, then. Put twos directly across from each other. How dare you? Now do I have A information? Probably not. Probably still not. 2 here. 2 here. 1 here. And then some number elsewhere. Damn it. 2 here. Oh, no, I do have it. I do have it. I do have it. We have 2 here. We have 1 here. I have 2 here. And I have 1 here. Ha! Got him! Alright. This one is free. These are free. This one is free. Surely this gets me some useful... Okay, there we go. Was worried for a second. But no, we're good. We're good. This has gotten me quite a lot. Maybe even everything. Everything? Not everything. Something. Many things. But not all things. No more than one of these two, so that, which means not that. Helpful. One of these two, so one of these 4. Excuse me? How am I not guessing here? Oh, not here, because that would fulfill both of these. Right? If it was here, then I couldn't have anything else in any of these spaces, and I can't have both of these. So that. Okay. So one of these two and one of these two, so not these. All right. We're in there. We're in there. Everything's going to be okay. One of these two and one of these two, which means one of these two. How am I not guessing here? This and that, or this and that. But that means that one of these two, so not this. Whew. Okay. Came together in the end. Man. Wow. All the disparate pieces of information that you got to put together. There's a lot. There's a lot going on in this game. It's working out, though. It's coming together as much as it needs to. All right. I am out of water. We've been going for like 2.5 hours. 2 and some change hours. So I am going to take my usual stream break at this point. I'm going to give you a break screen. The music is going to keep going. Let me say thanks for hanging out. If you are new to the stream and enjoying yourself, I would definitely appreciate a follow. If you want something to do while I'm gone, feel free to check out my Discord. If you're into multi-world randomizers. If you're into Archipelago, I'm probably going to be doing an Archipelago multi-world this weekend. So you can, if that's something that interests you, check out the Discord. There is an opt-in role for randomizers, and I will ping people once I have more information about when I think I can wake up on a Saturday, and we'll play some games together. But for now, I'm still taking that break. So thanks for hanging out, and I will be back soon. All right, I am back. Thank you all for your patience. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here, keeping me company while puzzles happen. Let's do some more puzzles. Levies. Hope you had a good break. Hope you refreshed yourself. Sometimes streamer breaks is the only time I remember to like get up and get water. So, you know, encouraging you to take care of yourself, just as you encourage me to take care of myself. All right, what the hell are we actually doing here? 2, 7, 8. 8's a big number. 8 out of 13. That's not that big a number. Just 2 out of 6. Might be able to do something with that. Here we go. This is my starting point. One of these 4, which means not these. Three of these 4, so it's also not these. And where does this take me? Stream title makes you imagine a keep talking and nobody explodes adaptation of Tametsi. It works really well. Somebody who can see the screen will give you hints, and the person who can't see the screen has to click on the things. And then when it explodes on them, they're just like, you're bad at logic games. And then the clue giver is like, screw you. It worked out in my head. It's a great game of friendly... Definitely won't lose friends over this one. Like, I already have this problem, and I can look at everything I'm clicking. Where do we go from here? I feel like this should be easier to start, and it's not coming together. Hanabi Tametsi, where you decide which numbers to reveal to other players. Oh my god. Oh wow. Can you imagine a co-op version of Tametsi where each player has access to different information? That's actually a really neat idea. It sounds incredibly messy. Double blind Tametsi. Yeah, exactly. I should be able to do something here. Somewhere here, I should be able to fill in... Ah, here it is. The 5 and the 1 next to each other, right? One of these two, no more than one of these two. So it has to be all of the others. And then we have one of these two, so none of these. And now business is occurring. Maybe business is occurring. That was like a good foothold, but now I've got to expand it into something more than that. Can I do anything here? Probably not. Looking like the 1-3 feels like I ought to be able to do something, but not quite. The 1-5 worked, but there's not another 1-5 to work from. Here? Can we get something done here? Not quite. Here, maybe? No, they're both 2s. So it could just be the 2s in the center. Or it could be one of the 2 in the center, and this one, and one of these 2. One of these 3? Does that do anything? Does that mean something? Not really. No more than one of these two, but like that means 2 of these 4. Or 3 of these 4, I guess. If you're feeling particularly spicy. 1 or 2 of these, so no more than 1 of these 2. Aha. 1 or 2 of these. No more than 1 of these 2. Which means both of these have to be bombs. Then we have exactly 1 of these. So exactly 1 of these. So both of these are bombs. This now has a lot still. Damn it. Okay. Forward! Forward! Onward! More progress! 1 additional progress made. Does this need to have 1 of these 2? It does not. I feel like this one is my next big piece of information. But it doesn't look like it's actually lining up to anything in particular. Like, no more than 1 of these 2, but it could also be 0 of those 2. The colorblind letters interfere with your Tametsi brain algorithms. I understand, actually. That's happened to me a couple of times as well. But I think I would rather have the letters than not have the letters. Although, I guess I don't need the letters to be there when this stuff is there, since it's counting down. So that's a little irritating. But yeah, it's easy to look at the letters and think, oh, that's a clue. Which means it's necessarily not a bomb. When it's still available as a possible bomb location. I understand. Maybe something here? Of these 5? 3 of these 5? No more than 1 of these 2, so... Oh, there's 4, not 5. It's exactly the thing that I was talking about. This A just didn't register for me. No, that's still too much. This is 6 available? Same thing, like no more than 1 of these 2. So, of these 4, that's not really helpful. 2, oh, here we go. No more than 1 of these 2, right? So this has to be a bomb. And now we have 1s and 2s next to each other, so that's good. Probably. Right? No more than 1 of these 3 for this 2, so 1 of these 2, definitionally. Except that doesn't help. Too bad. I'm gonna get value out of this 1 at some point. Man, I got 1 click and it didn't get me anywhere. Too bad. 1 of these 2. Oh, that means not this. There we go. We still have 1 of these 2, so not these. Ooh, now this is some business. No more than 1 of these 2. No more than 1 of these 2. That's a bomb. 3, 4, 5. That's still not helpful. Exactly 1 of these 2 and exactly 1 of these 2. So not a bomb. So bomb. Hey. One of these 3? 1 of these 3. So bomb bomb. That's good. That's good. I mean, I guess that's better than I was before, but I don't know where else that leaves me. More work must be done. I really feel like I ought to be able to do something here, and I can't. I have a right in. Do I? Do I know what that means? Oh, I do. Yes, a spot where the number of open spaces is the number of bombs available to that spot. This now has two possible spots, one of which is a bomb. The other one is not a bomb. It's hard to keep track of spaces. Four of these five? That's something, maybe. I don't have conclusive information to indicate that these two, that only one of these two are a bomb. That would be nice to have. Like if this 2 for a 1, for example, that would be convenient. No more than one of these two. Which means 2 of these 3. Which is not super helpful. Not as helpful as I'd like it to be. Three of these 4. And are they restricted in any particular way? Not so far as I can tell. Is there something there? One of these 4, I guess, doesn't tell me anything about these 2. Too bad. No more than one of these 2, so no more than one of these 2. Which means no more than one of these 2, which means this is a bomb. Go through that one more time just to be sure. One of these 4, specifically no more than one of these 2, which means at most 1 could be 0. So 2 or 1 of these 2, right? At least one of these 2. Which means no more than one of these 2. Yeah, so this is a bomb. I got the end result right, even if I didn't have... even if my work was wrong. Do I ever use the drawing feature? Absolutely. Just not in this one particular situation, for whatever reason. Alright, now we know exactly one of these 2. Exactly one of these 2, which means exactly one of these 2, which means exactly one of these 2, which means neither of these. That still doesn't get me anywhere. Alright, where else is my chain of logic? Yeah, I don't know why I didn't use it that first time. That was exactly the kind of thing that I need it for. Alright, where are we at here? These two are both looking at the same two. Can I get the same thing here? One of these two. So one of these two. It kind of doesn't really help. Does it? No, still not anything yet. Woo. Why? No adjacencies. Not helpful. These are all adjacent, but that's still, like, not as helpful as I would want it to be. Do we have anything going on here? No more than one of these four? Which means at least one of these four? Which is not super helpful. Not exactly the kind of helpful I was looking for. This 3 really feels like something should be going on here. And I can't quite... Maybe the 4? Maybe the 4 is the answer? Could still be both of these. Right? Nothing's stopping it from being both of these. Then neither of these. And then... I'm not going to try and plan that one out. We're not going to do speculative if this, then that, without exhausting all other avenues first. Surely, there is a better way than speculating on, is this one a bomb? Surely. Feel like this is where I have the most information, but nothing else is quite coming together to give me... Oh, no, there it is. These two. No more than one of these two. So bomb, bomb, bomb. God damn it. Managed to avoid ever doing if this, then that, but it needed more and more complicated annotations to encode different facts. Yeah, I'm sure. That does not surprise me at all. All right, one of these two for sure, so not this. One of these two for sure, so not these. The ones next to each other against the edge means not these. And now I have a 0. One of these two, so not this. This only has 2. One of these two, so one of these two. Unfortunately, not quite helpful enough. Lots of not quite helpful enough out here. Wild. Interesting. One of these 3. One of these 2. Oh, there we go. One of these 2, so not that. Great. Great. Did it. did something. 3 Bs? Are we at the point where 3 Bs is meaningful? Not yet, I don't think. Is this something? No more than one of these. Do I have anything about these two? Probably not. Still in the same boat here. 4? What are the odds that gets me anything? One of these two. At least one of these two. It doesn't help. These 3, one of these 3, but it could be those. Disaster. Not enough overlap. Here, maybe? This 3, maybe? 3 is a big number. Could maybe do something with a 3. No more than one of these 2. So 2 of these 3? Ah, but there is a 1 here. So it can't be both of these. So this has to be a bomb. I did it. I did it. I used information. Feel good about that. No more than one of these. So this needs to be a bomb. Which means this needs to be a bomb. Here we go. One of these 2. One of these 2. So one of these 2. Damn it. 2s, huh? 3 here. One of these 2, so not that one. 4, 3, does that help? Ooh, it almost helps. It does help. This has to be a bomb. It does not help. Still 3 and 2 now. I mean, that had to be a bomb for other reasons, which is why that doesn't help. 2s. 2 of... Okay. 2 of these 3, which means one of these 2. And if only one of these 2, then this has to be a bomb. So now we're at one of these 2 and one of these 2. Does that help? Count Bs? It doesn't help. Like, this one is just I have no additional information about, so it could be anywhere. A's, maybe. We might be at the point where counting A's. A's are still, like, really scattered, though. It does help? Why? I mean, these can't both be bombs. I guess if these can't both be bombs, then this has to be a bomb. Does help, doesn't help much. Right. One of these is a bomb, which means this isn't a bomb. Alright. It helps more than I thought it was going to. One of those, then not this. Can't do the same thing on this side, unfortunately. If one of those, then not these. Okay. And what do we have over here? One of these two, which means two of these four, which probably not helpful. One of these two, which means not these two. One of these two, which means one of these two. One of these two. Yes, we already have that information. One of these two. Good. One of these three. That feels relevant. Oh, hey. That feels relevant also. Does this mean anything? One of these two and two of these four, right? One of these two, which means one of these two. Click. Careful. Careful. Danger. Does that help? No more than one of these two. So at least one of these two. Does at least one of these two help? Not yet. Oh, this is something. Something sure is happening here. You're right, the one does help. One of these three. Gotta open up the spaces nearby then. One of these two, which means, wait, exactly one of these two? Exactly one of these two. So that's a bomb. Cool. Alright, alright. Minesweeper definitely happening now. One of these three. One of these three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of these three. Three of those 5. Growing grid of zeros is definitely more satisfying. Yeah, I'm kind of into it, right? Zeros everywhere. Two, 3, 4, 5. Three of those 5. I don't really have information about them, so no. Three here. One here. So 2 across these 4? That's not helpful. One or 2 of these. Not helpful. One or 2 of these is almost helpful. So many things are almost helpful. Very close to helpful. Helpful adjacent. Meta helpful. Probably not meta helpful. That probably actually means something, rather than just being word salad. Ah, this still needs 2 though, and the only place it can get them are these 3. Not quite. Wow, this is really not coming together. One of these 3. Not a lot of sufficiently adjacent information here. 20 more bombs in the grays. That's certainly not a useful count. Three of these 4? That could be a thing. I think the information is not in place enough. Let's see. One of these 2 and one of these 2, right? They could both be right. They could be 1 and 1. They cannot both be left. Does them not being able to both be left mean anything to me? No. Once again, there's not enough additional information tying this together. At least one of these 2. Possibly 2 of these 2, though. So that doesn't actually give me the information for these either. Sad. Where is my next bit? All right, maybe we can do something unique here. 1 here. 1 here. 1 there. 1 here. 1 here. 2 here. Does that give me anything yet? 1 here. 1 here, so 1 here. I think this does not yet give me anything, as much as I would like it to. This 1 and 2 maybe is something? One across all of these 4, so no more than 1 of these 3. Which means at least 1 of these 2. In fact, exactly 1 of these 2. So exactly 1 of these 3, which means that's not a bomb. I did a thing! I did a thing! Advancement has occurred! Ladies and gentlemen, we are advancing. 15 minutes later, I have managed to click a single square. Yes, I know, I'm a genius. You may leave accolades in the form of bits. And or submission to peer-reviewed journals. Alright, where does this get me now? What is my next step? Hey, Corgi Man. 1 bit for 1 square. Alright, alright. Every little bit counts. Thank you, Garrett and Twitch. Corgi Man 2023. Wow, a newborn in my chat. How lucky. Happy birthday, Corgi Man. Minesweeper. This is Minesweeper adjacent. It is very similar to Minesweeper. I guess this level is actually more Minesweeper than most of the Minesweepers, most of the levels, huh? This is like very core Minesweeper with the diagonals turned on and only the square grid. It's got like a little bit of extra stuff, but not a lot of extra stuff. Or one of a very long line of Corgi Men. Quite possible. I guess I don't know much about Corgi Men. Perhaps a long lineage of Corgi Men extending into the past. I should be able to do something here. I feel like I should be able to do something here. So not quite Minesweeper. It's close, it's close. So the same Minesweeper rules apply for all of the squares, but also there's column information, which shows the number of bombs in that column or row. And then over here is the total bomb count remaining, 20 of which are in the gray squares, 1 of which is in the squares labeled A, and none of which are in the squares labeled B, because those are all marked correctly. This game also has a very, very neat feature where if you mark a mine, it'll tick down the pieces that are depending on that, right? So if I know, for example, that this is a mine, I can mark it, and this now shows that there's 1 left in the remaining spaces. Which is, it takes a little bit of getting used to, but I have grown to appreciate it now that I have turned it on. And then also, like, this particular level is more Minesweeper than some levels. There are definitely other levels that have wackier grids. Cooler Minesweeper. Yeah, I'll go with that. Cooler Minesweeper. I'm in. Cooler Minesweeper it is. Really feel like I ought to be able to do something here. And I don't... Doesn't have Twitch integration. What would you do with Twitch integration? You want to draw things? That's just begging for somebody to draw dicks on it. If anybody's going to be drawing dicks on my screen, I'm going to be doing it. You feel like you're integrated? Good, good. Can I bring back the green? Can we try again to just start counting and see where that leaves me? 1 here, 1 here, 1 across these 3, 2 here, 1 here, 1 here. You got a 2023 in your name because you made this account in 2023. Okay. It's not unreasonable. The corners matter icon is really obnoxiously placed and easily forgotten. I agree. It is very easy to forget whether or not this thing is turned on, which is why almost all of the time you'll see me doing this in order to figure out what the heck is actually going on. I don't feel like this is helping. The cells could get visibly rounded a little when it's off. Oh, they could. That would be a decent way to do that. All right, this didn't help. We know, kind of going back to what I was doing here before, one of these 3. So one of these 2, which is information I already had. Which means one of these 2? Is that helpful? I don't know if that's helpful. Could be helpful. There exists a world in which that is helpful. They said they couldn't get it to look reasonable. I was not expecting Hierodix or Wing Dongs. Thank you, Formal. Wing Dongs is, in fact, a better joke. I agree. It's unbelievable. Does this get me anywhere? 2 here. 1 here. Do I know this is... Does this get me anywhere? 1 or 2 here. Does that get me anywhere? 2 of these 3. So that's fine for you. The question is whether it's the bottom 2 or not. 3 of these 4. Maybe that's something. 3 of these 4? Two of these 4. Is there a way to differentiate just this? Probably not. Whoa! Thank you for the 100 bits, Corgi man. Very much appreciated. I'm glad you're having a good time in here. This is, there's gotta be something I can do here to figure this out. I know it's not all 3. Ah! Aha! Aha! I know it's not all 3 up here. No more than 2 across the... God damn, that took me forever. No more than 2 across these 3 here. So it has to be here. Yikes, that took forever. Alright, now one of these 2, which means that's a bomb. Was all of your money? I mean, I understand. I wasn't expecting somebody born in 2023 to have very much, so... Very much appreciate it. It's difficult for sub-1-year-olds to gain money. This is not a society in which that is easy to do. Cashed in those grandma bonds. That maybe a trust fund corgi. You never know. It was corgi bits. That's true. The best kind of bits, probably. There might be better kinds of bits. I haven't done extensive study of the matter. One of these 3. One of these 2. One of these 2. One of these 4? Oh. We did it. We got there. One of these 2, so this. Hooray! All right, 1 quadrant left. How feasible is this? Where are we at here? Oh, now I can do the thing with the 3. Okay, one of these, right? Which means no more than one of these, which means this and this exactly must be bombs. Two of these, huh? Not 3 of these, notably. Is the only way for this to work is for these 2 to be the bombs? Like, if this is a bomb, then only one of these can be a bomb, which means this has to be a bomb. Yeah, it's got to be the 2 in the center, doesn't it? Don't ask why you can type so good as a baby. It's born in your family. That's all right. Typing can be an inheritable skill. I don't know. Typing talent could be genetic. That makes as much sense as anything else. Frontier vegetarian bits bacons? I'm not sure how I feel about bacon bits. Vegan bacon bits? Amazing. What's a question mark doing in this puzzle? I know, it's so rude! The 1 question mark out of all of the squares. Alright, alright. The 3. This is next. Let's go. We have one of these 2. Just draw the line. One of those 2. And one of these 2. Which means bomb. Now what? 4? Maybe 4 is the relevant one? You're the son of Better Call Saul? Is he also good at typing? Like, you mentioned Saul, and I'm just thinking Saul from Cyberpunk, since that's exactly where I'm at in that storyline. All right, 1 here, 1 here, which means 2 across this area. Is that helpful? Your father's good at typing. He would have to be if it's inheritable. Presumably your mother is also good at typing. I guess your mother could be bad at typing, and being good at typing could be dominant. As everybody remembers from their Mendelian Punnett squares, is that the thing? Inheritability? Dominant genes? I think it's a Punnett square. Which is weird, because it's not very funny. 2 of these. 1 of these. Hang on, I'm onto something here. 2 of these. 1 of these. 1 of these. So these are both open. Nice. What? You found more bits? That's amazing. I'm so proud of you, Corgi, man. You're doing a great job out here. This is both of these? Because there's 2? Yahtzee. Figured it out. There it is. It all came together. And it's a grid full of zeros except for that one question mark. Hang on, I can fix this. I cannot fix this. Now that I am done with the level, I'm no longer allowed to draw on the level. How disappointing. What if I wanted to play Connect the Dots? Why would they restrict me in this manner? Oh, I guess we're just straight up playing Picross now. Okay. How the... Okay, yeah. Got it. Got it. Understood. I am having a good day. This has been a good day so far. I'm enjoying myself. You wish this was Picross? Should I still be playing Murder by Numbers? I could still be playing Murder by Numbers. Nothing is stopping me from still playing Murder by Numbers. Other than there not being a whole lot more of Murder by Numbers to play. Where do I go from here? Somewhere here, maybe? Game at some of the worst Picross. Oh, I see. I see. A Picross elitist. Are we formal? There's good Picross and there's bad Picross. It's probably true. I'm willing to believe that there's bad Picross. I should have a bigger audience. Well, thank you. That's kind of you to say. I think so too, but there's only so much power I have over it. Murder by Numbers did in fact have bad Picross. Okay. Amateur Picross level setter. Oh, really? That sounds like something you could put on your resume. I'm sure people would ask questions about that. I don't actually know how I feel about good Picross versus bad Picross. I don't think I ever had to guess. If you have to guess, it's bad Picross. But, how long is this game? So I am on puzzle 43 of 100 and some. Excuse me? H2O? We appear to have unlocked extra secret puzzles. All right, I'm going to go back to this one and hopefully finish it. But then we'll look at one of these water puzzles. Yeah. And eight hours sounds about right for how much Tametsi I've played. And presumably it only gets longer as you go in, right? It's got that 90-10 thing going on. Maybe not exactly 90-10, but, you know, it's a scale. Only one in this column. Oh, that doesn't help. 4 of these 5... which, again, doesn't directly help. Two of these 4. Seen a level 2 that did have multiple valid solutions? Oh, that's pretty bad. I don't remember seeing that, but I'm willing to believe that it's true. Like, I'm not trying to defend the quality of Murder by Numbers Picross. Oh, in a different game. Okay. I know that mostly it trended towards the easy side. There were 1 or 2 puzzles where it, like, took a little bit of finagling to get it together, but mostly Murder by Numbers was not that hard. If that's the metric we're going by. Maybe here? Maybe this is my secret? Maybe this 2 is the answer? What do I have here? If 2 of the 4 on the right, but 5 in those 2 rows. Yeah, that is certainly a question, right? Like... five total of which 2 are here. So there's 3 over here. And it's... Is it exactly 4 of these 6? It can't be 4 of these 6. It has to be 3 of these 6. Is there a way to do that that's not bomb, bomb, bomb? I mean, I guess if this is 2 down here, it could be 3 across, right? But no more than one of these 2. So it can't be both of these 2. Which means at most one of these 2. So at least one of these 2. Which means at most one of these 2. Is this anything? Is this... I'm trying to get this together. I think... Like, is that legit? Is that real? Could that be real? That feels like it could be real. I mean, it could also be something like that, and then these 2, right? So there's a lot more. I think there's a lot of possibilities here. Think I was onto something? Maybe. I mean, we know 3 here, right? And then I'm going to switch colors for the next bit. The game requires thinking. You don't think you'd be good at this game? I mean, that's a flavor decision, right? Like, that's a matter of what works for you. If you like Minesweeper, you might like this game for at least a little bit. Depends on how much thinking you want to do, right? What a good number of bits. Thank you, Corgi, man. You've been very generous so far. I very much appreciate it. All right. So if 1 here, that would mean 1 here, and that would mean 1 here. Right? That was all your bits? Understandable. If 0 here... That would mean 2 here. And that would mean 0 here. Which that is actually not possible. Because then we have 4 across 5. So these yellows can go. So we have to have 1, 1, and 1 in some organization here. And then... What's my next step here? There's got to be a next step here. M1 and M2 on 2 different colors, and M3 for erase. M3 is erase? Oh, I was not aware. Thank you. I didn't know M3 was erase. That's helpful. Didn't reach that part of the storyline. Spoilers. All right. So in this case, I'm going back to the green. I like the green better than yellow. We know for sure that we have there, 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 and there. 3 on the top, 2 on the bottom. But it could still be in any arrangement. I don't actually think that this is conclusive yet. So maybe the 4 over here is the answer. Or like the 2 3s on either side here with the 3 and the 2? Is that something? 14 bombs? I mean, I guess so, right? This has to just be 14 in each of the things. 4, 6, 10, 14, 3, 6, 9, 11, 14. Yep. How do I know for sure that there's 1 in the left column there? Because if there were 0 in the left column there, it wouldn't work. Also this. I mean, that accounts for these 2 rows in some way. I wish this was clearer. Like, as it stands, there's nothing stopping this from being 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh, no, there is. 2 here. Oh, wait a second. Okay, so exactly 1 here means exactly 1 here and exactly 1 here. That's actually really helpful. The 2 in the middle changes things. So now we have exactly 1 here and exactly 1 here, which means the 4 tells us where bombs are. Additional work has been completed. Some amount of additional work. A very slight amount of additional work has been completed. Knowing that there's 1 here actually opens the rest of this, right? That seems like a good idea. 1 of these, so 1 of these. I hate it. Wow, that is garish. Take it back. Let's find a blue? Does the blue work with the green? The blue works with the green. 1 of these, 1 of these, which means that's got to be a bomb. So we know 1 of these, which we already knew. So 2 of these and 1 of these. Is that good? Does that get me anywhere? I don't think that gets me anywhere yet. One of these, I guess. But I don't know that that helps either. It kind of does, actually. One of these... Here we go, here we go. One of these means one of these because of the 2. And if one of these 3 and one of these 2, then not this. Hey! Question marks. Love it! But that means that this is a bomb, so that's good. 2 of these 2 is... That's pretty clear. What did I do wrong? I hate it. Oh, it was 2 of those 3. It was 2 of the... Ah! I misread my own clues. All right, back to the beginning. From here, where did we go? Did I get... Oh, there's 3 here. That's... Okay. So this is where I was at before. And we determined that this is all open. That's correct. That's fine. That doesn't require guessing. So one here, one here, one here, one here means these are all bombs. Where was my next step? One here, which means one here, which means one here, which means bomb. Gotta remember to adjust my clues, my writing, whenever I figure out where bombs are. The next step... What was the next step? One here, one here. Yeah, we've got that figured out. One here, so two across here. We figured out this was a bomb somehow, and I don't remember how we figured that out. I'm confused. Alright, it's time to start drawing again. One here, one here, one here. One of these, one of these. We know this, therefore this, therefore this, therefore this, and two here. Tunic Rando is so much fun. I know! I know! It's so good. And then... What is the next step here? How did I progress from this to the next thing? It was combination lock. That's funny. How did I figure out that there was a bomb here? Something with this 3, maybe? We figured out one here. Oh, this was it. One here for this 2, which means one of these is a bomb, which means this can't be a bomb. Right? Which means this has to be a bomb. If that's a bomb, then this goes away. And we're back here. So one of these 2, only one of these 2, that means bomb, bomb, right? Which means that's not a bomb, which means that is a bomb. Only one of these 2, which means bomb, bomb, which means I'm gonna double check this thing. I'm gonna double check this thing to make sure I'm correct. Because I'm worried about clicking things. I'm worried about clicking things. Yeah, I think this is guaranteed. And this one. Oh, I'm so paranoid now. Jeez. Really good feeling 220 Tunic Rando. Nice. That's good. I mean, it took me a while to get... Like, my first Tunic Rando was like 3 hours something. So, you know, getting down to like 2 something after your whatever, like 6, 8 something. Two misclicks and suddenly paranoia. Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, so this we've got, 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 this we've got. The remaining things here are, in fact, probably true. I've got a 0. That's good. I love zeros. That makes that easier. And then I can just play Minesweeper. Misclicks, though. It's so disheartening when you misclick. Getting Laurels and Hookshot almost immediately helps. It really does. Early Laurels is drastic difference to a seed. Yeah, cool. This went well. We did it. We did it. Finally. Took some struggles. Oh, I was gonna go to one of these weird ones. Wow. Squiddy. I guess so. Stingray. I guess so. Alright. What am I doing here? Is this a good idea? Do I want to be here? This seems dangerous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 out of 7. 7 out of 11. 1. One here. This is the only thing I can do. Well, this is a good start. No more than one of these two, which means bomb. So that's a start. One of these, so neither of these. One of these. That doesn't help. You have only this to connect to, right? So that has to be? Yeah, cool. In a heat wave without air conditioning. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Trying to get AC done for 2 months. Need to replace her electrical panel. That's just been a huge rabbit hole. That sounds fully believable. I mean, especially when you've like freshly picked up a new place, that's absolutely going to run into some problems. It sounds like the kind of problems you would run into. 2 here, huh? No more than one of these two. Because they're connected to the 1. So this has to be a bomb. No more than one of these 3. So no more than one of these 2. Exactly one of these 2. No more than one of these 2. So 1 or 2 of these 2. Row has more to offer? Probably. I guess if... Yeah. If one of these has to be a bomb now, then everything else this touches cannot be a bomb. Do love me some 1s. This is touching 3. Beautiful. This is such a hard grid to get used to, though. Four of these remaining 6. 3 Bs are bombs? Oh my god, there's so many Bs. Only 3 of them are bombs? That's incredible. And 2 of them? Nope, not necessarily. This is an A. Cannot necessarily generalize. Wild. One of them for sure, at least one of them is in here. And at least one of them is in here. So, of the remaining Bs, exactly one of them is a bomb? Do I have any guarantees? Any guarantees at all? We gotta figure this stuff out. Possibly none of them. Yeah, right? Because it could be 2 of these are a bomb. And it could be 2 of these are or it could be 2 of these are a bomb. We don't know. It is still a mystery. One of these 2. Doesn't tell me anything here. This 2. Oh, never mind. One of these, and one of these. Heh, all right. Just open up whole swaths of this puzzle. That's nice. That's nice. Wow. Good job, 3Bs. Alright, so now that I know this... In fact, it has to be exactly one of these, right? It can't be both. So that has to be a bomb. 4? One of these two. And one of these two, so not this. Second down payment on your home. Oh, Jesus. That really sucks. I'm so sorry. I guess this wasn't the kind of thing that you could have caught while you were still, like, buying the home. I mean, now that you've figured it all out, it's kind of is what it is, but yeah, that just sucks. I'm sorry. 4 of 6. It's an upgrade you wanted to do anyway, plus you have the funds. Alright, well, if you don't mind. Like, if it was in the plan anyway, I guess that's fine. Here? This requires 3, and you're touching 3, so I guess all of these are bombs. One of these two is a bomb, and this is not a bomb. Hey, it's a 0. Love zeros. Too much brain power. I mean, sure. Different kinds of brain powers for different kinds of games, right? This stuff is absolutely my jam. One there, one there. Focus on the small squares, because those are the easy ones. For some value of easy. Big ones are touching too many things. Two of these 4, but only one of these 2. Exactly one of these 2, so exactly one of these 2. Where does that get me? Exactly one of these 2. Oh, that's not going to work for me. Need a darker color. Still not going to work for me. Let's dip into the reds. One of these 2. So one of these 2. One of these 2 means one of these 4? But in addition to one of these 4, we know one of these 2. So not these 2 in the middle. Cool. Did a thing. Perfect. Good. Good progress. Fantastic. Gonna stream any Street Fighter 6? I haven't really done a whole lot of streaming fighting games. I streamed a little bit of Fantasy Strike back when all of my friends were playing Fantasy Strike. I don't know if I'll do anything for Street Fighter 6. I think that would be fun to get into. But I'll also have to figure out how much I'm going to get into it. Fantasy Strike was fun. I still play it here and there. There's not much of a community. But if you can find games, it's still a lot of fun. It's still pretty good. But yeah, fighting games isn't typically the kind of thing I stream. Should throw down sometimes, sure. You should get into the Fantasy Strike Discord if you're not already. But it is the kind of thing I would like to get better at, so. All right, maybe more than a little bit. I have been no, because like my interest in the game comes in waves. You worked on Fantasy Strike? Wild. You never played the actual game? Do you play much fighting games? The single player seems so good. I haven't looked at the single player. I don't know anything about what that looks like. I would mostly be playing it for versus anyway. Like, I would rather be good at versus than be good at, you know, whatever the single player stuff is. A lot of Super Turbo and no other fighting games. All right, well, I mean, that puts you in a decent place to have worked on Fantasy Strike. Create a character open world shenanigans? What the heck? I don't even know what that means. That's crazy. What am I doing here? Where are we going from here? One of these two. This thing has 4. Okay, so these two are bombs. It has been some time since I played any Super Turbo. I was into Super Turbo for a while. But not like getting good at the game into Super Turbo, but like, you know, all Street Fighter experience is pretty transferable. So I'm decent at it. If I pick Vega, I'll kill some people. If I pick Zangief, I probably won't kill some people. Your first Super Turbo tournament since about 8 years ago. Oh, that's exciting. That's very interesting. Where's the tournament? Not that I'm like planning to go to a Super Turbo tournament, but near Seattle. Okay. Seems like a good place to have a tournament. One of these two, so one of these two. If one of these two, then not this and not this. Cool. One more B. Oh, we found the B in this row. Okay, so it has to be here, which means these are open. Fantastic. This is exactly both of these? Sure, I believe you. Zero! You love to see it. 1. Okay. Also 1. I'm not yet ready to act on that 1 yet, though. Yes, I am. Changed my mind. There's no way any of these are bombs. All of these have to be not bombs. But I guess I don't know that yet for sure. I just have ideas. Oh, this has to be a bomb. Because only one of these can be a bomb. One of these is a bomb, which leaves 1A as a bomb afterwards. And if only one of these is a bomb, then we need another bomb either here or down here. So yes, these are open. Time to mark what I think is bombs. All right. One of these is a bomb. And one of these 3 is a bomb. Cool. All right, well, that leaves only marked stuff, I think. Kind of hard to tell what is marked and not marked, but yes. Okay, okay. So now, let's figure everything else out. Between these two... Does that get me anywhere? One of these. One of these. So one of these. Which I should probably be able to figure out empirically at this point. I think that means this can't be a bomb, right? One of these three. One of these three. I guess if this is a bomb, then neither of these are bombs. And this has to be a bomb. Bomb, bomb, bomb. That's legal? That looks legal. Is that the only legal? Presumably there is only one legal outcome that accounts for all of the bombs, right? Like, if this were a bomb, then none of these can be bombs, and this can't be a bomb. So one of these two this has to be a bomb, then. Oh, that's exactly the same outcome I just looked at. Let's imagine, then. Those ones lonely. I mean, there's ones everywhere. We gotta figure out which ones are the ones that we're paying attention to. Oh. Here we go. One of these must be a bomb because of this. So this can't be a bomb. There we go. Figured it out. Yikes. One of these. I think that means that this can't be a bomb? Because, like, if either of these are bombs, one of these becomes a 0, at least. So this can't be a bomb. So now we got to figure out where the overlaps are. Here, there's overlaps, right? So if one of these two, then this is accounted for. So anything this is touching can be opened. That's not these two, which I have just done. One of these two, one of these three. Does that get me anywhere? Is that real? Somewhere there's something real here. One of these two, which means one of these three, which means one of these two, does that get me anywhere? I don't think this gets me anywhere. Weird. Yeah, 1B, 2As. I'm aware. And also the columns. Like, one of these two is guaranteed. Do I have to just what if? Like, if this is a bomb, then this isn't a bomb. And this is a bomb. Which means this is a bomb. Yeah, surely I don't have to what if. I just, for whatever reason, can't put it together in my head to actually figure out what the remaining thing is. Alright, one of these two. Yeah, this doesn't get me anywhere. The one between the B is this one? I don't... So not the A next to that one. Right! One of the B's are guaranteed. One of the B's are guaranteed, so this one isn't a bomb. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Wow. That took way too long to put together. Yeah, that was staring me in the face the whole time. just unnecessarily obvious. All right, but cool. All right. I'll come back to these later. Ugh. Keep going down the regular list of puzzles. Medium-sized red. Oh, okay, yeah, that's some red. That is, in fact, some red. It looks like diagonals are on, so that's good. Probably. This is an interesting one. Greater than 100 main. That sounds correct, actually. One of these two, which means none of these three. Oh. Suddenly that opens things up. I keep second guessing myself. Like, I know the patterns. It's like, okay, this means this isn't a bomb. Wait, does that mean this isn't a bomb or it is a bomb? I know it's one or the other. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. One of these two means not these. One of these two means not these. One of these three. I'm sure there's one of those puzzles after your Cryptomancer. I am positive that there is at least one puzzle where every single thing you open up is a question mark. And you just have to do it on the basis of column clues and color clues. All right. One of the... Oh, we can't use red here. One of these two... Why? One of these two... What is going on here? Why is every color terrible? Why are all colors bad? That's fine. One of these two, which means one of these three, which means one of these five, because of the A's. But that's not yet helpful. Someday. What is Ligma? It's a terrible disease. I heard Phil Fish died of Ligma. Easy to catch over the internet, too. You gotta be careful. Careful who you talk to. Some dangerous people out there. Trying to make Tametsi nightmares. I actually wouldn't be surprised if there's a level editor. That seems incredibly likely. Are you seriously about to make a "Hey, D's nuts" joke? What has happened to you? Two nuts. Okay, yeah, sure. That is better. They caught Ligma. Oh no! There's got to be something here. There's got to be something here. No more than one of these. No more than one of these. What is happening? Why is this impossible? One of these. I got all three of these ones off whichever one of these I get. This. Do I have information about this that's helpful? Two of these three. No more than one of these two, though. Oh, here it is. Okay. No more than one of these two, so this has to be a bomb. All right, what was I doing out here? One of these two and one of these. Since I can only get two out of the A's, this has to be a bomb. And then we have determined that this needs two bombs, all of which are A's. And no more than one of these three, so this has to be a bomb. That's good. And then because of the way it's separated, these are not bombs. If it helps, you feel bad for doing it. That does help, actually. That makes me feel better. One of these two, so not this one. No more than one of these two, so this one. And now one of these two for sure, so not these two, so this is a bomb. So this is a bomb. No more than one of these four, which means that's a bomb. And then one of these two, so not these two. Ladies and gentlemen, Minesweeper is happening. Really feeling like sweeping these mines. It's going great out here. Mine's definitely getting swept. One of these two, so not any of these. Oh, just look at how many mines we're sweeping. Something else is happening here, right? You're bored? My sympathies. You should look up OC Remix and check out some of the music that they have available and decide if any of it is a good fit for my stream playlist. Find some more good trancey songs for me. Is this? No, that's not a thing. Too bad. Five Bs, 5 reds. I feel like that's maybe the direction I can take this thing. Can I play 3 big guys? I don't know what that is, so I'm going to say the answer is no. One of these 3. So one of these 2. So one of these 2, which means these are open? Yeah, okay. So one of these 3. Not quite there. One of these 3. So one of these 2. If one of these 2, then one of these 2, so not this. Cool. One of these 2, so not these. That's good. That's progress. pushing my way into unexplored territory over here. How does this work? One of these two, one of these two. Something up here. How do I have information about... Don't have concrete information about the Reds, do I? These two. This is the only place I have concrete information about the Reds. One of these two. So 3 out of the remaining 1 million. Not as helpful as I would like it to be. 2 of these 3? That's interesting. Can I do anything with that? That emote is a work of art, Cryptomancer. Somewhere here, I have something I can do. One of these 3. So one of these 3. One of these 3 and one of these 2, so not that. It's a weapon and you shall master it. It seems appropriate to me. One of these 2. And one of these 2, so not this one. Okay. This is good. This is good? This is good, question mark? Probably better than nothing. I will take better than nothing. One of these 2, which means bomb. There we go. I knew I had the answer here somewhere. Alright, now it's coming together. Now we're getting some answers. This is still both of these. Ah. Alright. Let's see. One of these. At least one of these, because this needs 2 more and only has 1 extra. And one of these? Cool. Cool. 7 bombs left out of all these grays? Oh my god. It's kind of a lot of bombs. Okay, 1 here. 1 here. 1 here. 2 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, nailed it. Looking good. One more? One more. We can do one more. I got enough time. Oh my god. I said we could do one more. I might have been lying. I might have been mistaken about how much more we can do here. But you know, I'll give it the old college try. We can start off by playing some Minesweeper. In the beginning, there was Minesweeper. Two. No more than one of these 2. So that. No more than one of these 2. So that. One of these two, so those are open. Alright, that's the end of that. Okay. Does this get me anywhere? Maybe. Unclear. 1? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. 7. 7 out of 10. 10 is still a lot. 6 out of 8? Not promising, really. Can I do anything with these? Like, these two unconnected from anything else, I don't think I can. 2 across here? 7 out of 8, though? Oh, here. Yeah, alright. That does seem promising. But I have no information about any joined sets. I have no guarantees here. I have guarantees here, though. One of these two, which means neither of these two, which means both of these. More information was available than I had previously expected. 3 out of these 2. Does that get me anywhere? What has changed here? No guarantees here. Nope. Question means greater than 0? It sure does not. Presumably, if it was 0, it would have just opened up. But, I don't know for sure. Like, question might be questioned specifically so that it doesn't open up extras when you click on it. I think question being greater than 0 is a decent working philosophy, but I'm not going to try and use that information. Question can be 0. Okay. There you go. The guarantee. I feel like I should be able to do something else here. I want to be able to do something with these 3s, and I'm not sure that I can. Three of these 4 means at least one of these 2. That doesn't really get me anywhere. Could be both of these 2, but we don't know. 6 out of 8. Five out of 6? This feels like a big deal. 4, 5, 6. But once again, I don't have any place where the information is joined. Do I have anything here? No, that's not close enough. 3 out of 4 down at the bottom. Not quite there. Can I get anything out of this? Always wanted to use the logic of, like, this is a question mark because if it was a number, it would trivialize something. And only number trivializes things here, so therefore the O. That's a little meta for me. I think that is not how I would want to play the game. But I understand looking at it and thinking, maybe this is useful. Does 2 here mean anything for me? Kinda doesn't, does it? Could be both of these and then this, or it could be like this and one of these two and then something else. And 59 bombs on this map. That's rather a lot of bombs. It's quite a large number of bombs. Yeah, this hasn't resulted in anything useful. 2 here maybe means something. I want these 2s to be valuable somehow, but I'm not sure. Can't really get anywhere here either. 2 across this remaining 7. 2 out of 7 here. 2 out of 7 here. This question mark really does trivialize things, though. Like, if this was not a question mark, this would in fact trivialize things one way or the other. Does 1 here help? Not with this positioning. Likewise, this 1 does not help. Oh, what about higher numbers? 6? 7? Not really. 7 out of 10? Yeah, that's not helpful. A solid 7 out of 10. 7 out of 8 also not helpful because there's no way to get additional information. Maybe I can get like weird cross-referencey something or other using the alternate columns. But it would not appear to be the case. There must be a way to combine all 3 pieces of information to get value. If so, that's probably here. Right? Like if we're looking at 3 of these, 1 or 2 of these, which means at least 1 of these. Then we have this 3, this 5, this 7. This 3, this 4, this 2. This 6. 6 out of 8? Wild. Three of these 4. 1 or 2 of these. So at least 1, maybe 2. I think all of these are like, all the pairs here are at least 1, maybe 2 across. Right? All of these are this. But that is not a line that is useful. That is not a line that fits into any of these lines. That is not a clueable line. Which is not helpful. I don't know, can we actually do like a cross? Can I legitimately determine that this is at least 1, maybe 2? I guess out of these 6, it's minimum 4. Like, both of these could be blank, right? 1, 2... No, I can't have both of these blank because they are both paired up with the same 3. Any 2 that are paired up with the same 3 are at least 1, maybe 2. So across these 2 is definitely 1, maybe 2. So if we can get any information about the rest of this column, I say column is a little loose here. I don't know that we can get any information about the rest of this column. In fact, I suspect we cannot currently gain any information about the rest of this column. Distressing. At least 1, maybe 2. At least 1, maybe 2. But there's no other information. Worthless! Brutal question marks here. They really did their job. One of these 2. Level's title was lying. I mean, the fact that we have all this information is honestly more hurtful than helpful, because we don't know where to look for the next relevant piece of information. I feel like it's got to be around the 3s or around the 2, but I don't know how to make it work. Like, I've already done all of the vertical progression here. Kind of figured out as much as I can from this, I think. Here. And I don't have the column. We don't have these columns. These columns would make this a lot easier if I had the right-leaning columns. You have something with a diagonal 1? I was wondering about this. How it interacts with the 2 1s? Why? Because it's like, if this is a bomb, right? Then this is not. And if this is that, where does that leave me? That doesn't leave me anywhere. That, like, okay, so that means this is not. So this is a bomb, and that looks legal. If this is not a bomb, this is a bomb, which means not a bomb, which means not a bomb. But that means that the 1 could be anywhere else. We don't necessarily know that the 1 has to be here. Like, there's still 4 other squares that the 1 could be on. Cell southwest of the 1s isn't a bomb in either of those cases. Oh! Right? If this is a bomb, then this is not a bomb. This is not a bomb, so this is a bomb. Okay. But if this is not a bomb, this is a bomb, and this is not a bomb, and this is not a bomb. Whoo! Good one! Okay, yeah, you're right, you're right. So this is guaranteed open regardless. And now I have 5 of 6. Okay, that was actually the next step, and I hate it. That's really difficult to put together. So this is now 5 of 6, and only one of these can be a bomb. So all of the others are bombs. Which means we have a 0. Fantastic news. No more than one of these two, so that's a bomb. One of these is a bomb, so that's not a bomb. Five of 6 here. Or rather, 6 of 7, the other direction. A slightly different total than that total I said. No more than one of these two, so this has to be a bomb. One of these two is a bomb, so this can't be a bomb. Yeah, everything opened up from just that one thing. Getting that together was such a big deal. Extremely prog. Three of these 4. Interesting. But I can't get more than 2 next to the 1, so this has to be a bomb. That says 3. I love 3s. Only one of these, so this has to be a bomb. Of these 5, only one of these, so 2 of these 3? Doesn't quite help. Wow, that cut off like a whole chunk of the map. That was really good. It really got us a lot of places. Do I have to do something similar again? One of these. So 2 of these. You bet? Yeah, seems likely. I'm not a big fan of if this, then this. Like, assuming a hex is a bomb and then determining what it would look like as a result of that. But that is a valid set of clues. It is a way to move forward. There was another way to get the same result with that deduction. Okay. Almost any place you have 2 1s. I don't think almost any place you have 2 1s. I don't think that's true. And I might have just not looked at it close enough to determine that, like, there was overlap that I could, as a result, figure out that one was guaranteed not a bomb. It was probably overlap that I just didn't see. Oh, but I guess it relied on the column clue in order to figure out that there was overlap. This is not helpful. This is maybe helpful. This is the next thing. 2 of these 3. I don't think so. 5 of 6 in a row. Yeah, there's this one. I was looking at that earlier. That feels like it's probably relevant, but I'm not positive. Oh, I'm a dummy. Yeah. It's right there. That's a lot of bombs. That's good. One of these remaining 2. We know one of these 2, so there's one of these 2. So there's 2 in these remaining 4. That doesn't quite come together. 5 of 7. One of these 2, so not this. Did that get me anywhere here? 4 of 6. 5 of 7. 4 of 6. 3 of 5. 7 of 8. It's so close. It's so close. Can I do any tricks here? Kind of can't. Maybe this too? Maybe this too. I wonder if I could do like boxes of things. Here's a 1. That's got to be something. Oh, that's definitely something. Because one of these 2 is guaranteed. Because across the 3. Two of these 3. No more than one of these. So exactly one of these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exactly one of these. All right, this is exactly one of these. I need a better notation for no more than X or at least X as opposed to exactly X. Yes, this is exactly 1. Because no more than... I guess it's no more than one of these. So it's at least 1 here. It's not exactly 1, is it? If this is exactly 1, then this is exactly 1, then this is not a bomb. Which may be the case. 6 o'clock hourly dong. Noted. Noted. Maybe it does work that way? If no more than one of these, then at least one of these, possibly both of these. Possibly both of these is still legal. Yeah. Is this doing anything for me? I want this to be doing something for me, but I'm not clear that it actually is. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 of 6. And this is 5 of 7. A lot of places I am expecting bombs, but not a lot of places I am expecting openings. Is this something? All right. 2 of these 3. Which means 1 or 0 of here. 1 or 0 of these. So at least 2 of these 3. Two of these 3. Does that get me anywhere? Does this get me somewhere on the 4? At least one of these. At least one of these. No guarantees here. Right? No guarantees? No more than one of these, so at least one of these two, but that interferes. Yeah, this 2 is across that way, not this way. This is exactly one. Exactly one of these two. Which means both of these. Progress! I clicked some buttons. Buttons got clicked. Proud of me. Very proud of me. 3 of 5 now. At least one here. No guarantees here, though. It's kind of not getting me anywhere. The 1s are not doing anything. 2s? 2s? Could we do something with 2s? This could be no 2s, actually. This could just be those two. At least one of these. At least one of these two. So at most one of these 3. But that's not... I think that's also not helpful. This is 7 of 8. No guarantees about these, though, because this 3 is still wide the heck open. One of these two. Can I turn that into something? Alright. If this is a bomb, this is not a bomb. So everything else here is a bomb. So this is not, and this is not for the 3. This is not. This is not. This is. Alright, this 3 is legal. This 1 is legal, that checks out. All this checks out. Flip it. Where does this get me? This gets me nowhere. This gets me stone nowhere. 2, 3, 4, 5 now of this 4. I don't have any guarantees on this 3 at all. Nowhere. Nowhere do I have guarantees on this 3. How disappointing. I guess on the 7 I do. Right? At 1 or 2 here. Because of the 7. So no more than 2 of these 3. Could be 1. Could also be 2. But it can't be all 3 of these 3. What does that tell me? Does that tell me anything? Four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Could this be 0? We'd have bomb, bomb, not, bomb, bomb. Is this a legal outcome? That means X there. X there, X there. This is not a legal outcome. So at least 1 here as well. Oh, I can do something here. This is providing information, right? At least 1 of these. Yeah, at least 1 of these. Therefore, at most, 1 of these. At most, 1 of these. Which means 3 of these 4. Or 4 of these 4. No more than 1 of these. Yeah, no more than 1 of these. And no more than 1 of these. Which means these other 2 are bombs. Progress. We did it. Movement forward. Christ, this is rough. This is a big one. All right. What am I waiting for, Garrett? I am confident that this was correct, even without having clicked things. At least 1 of the cells next to the 1? No. At most 1 of the cells next to the 1. It's next to a 1. There's no way I could have both of them next to the 1. It's a 1. Why do you think it's at least here? Because this could be 1, 2, 3. It's only 1 of the top 2? It cannot be 0 of the top 2, yes. If it's 0 here, 2 bombs here, no bombs here, that's illegal. Yeah, because these can't both be bombs, huh? So it has to be 1 and 1. And if there's a bomb here, this is not a bomb. Good. Good progress. We're doing it. We're making it happen. There's got to be exactly 1 of these. So exactly 1 of these. And it can't both be top, because this needs at least 1 of them. So they could be mixed, or they could both be bottom. Both bottoms seems legal. In fact, wait, 6 on here. Alright. Now we get to play some buttons, press some buttons. Finally, I get to play Minesweeper again. Okay, things are kind of coming together now. Yes, time for clicking. I agree. 2. 2. 2. 0. Whew. Oh, that was a rough one. That took some effort to put together. Kind of impressive. I think clicking time is my favorite time, but it is very rewarding to piece information together. So that's cool. Oh no. Oh, what are these puzzles? Wow. There is some action happening out here. Nearly halfway through the left side. Yeah, almost. They are variations on TMI. Intriguing. Well, that's something to do in a future stream. Since it is, in fact, that time.